Good morning and welcome to the third and final day here of the SARM convention, and we're going to start in about 15 minutes. We've got some exciting presentations and we've got some amazing prizes to give away later on this morning as well. So starting up in about 15 minutes. Who wants to go to Cabo San Lucas? Round of applause. Yes. 6 people over here want to go to Cabo San Lucas. What about this side over here? How many want to go to Cabo San Lucas? There we go. In 5 minutes, we're going to be starting up our agenda for today, and then we do have that draw for Cabo. So stick around, and if you're coming in, please find yourself a cup of coffee and grab a seat. We're going to get started here in 5 minutes. Good morning, delegates. How are we doing this morning? Are we feeling good? Boy, there wasn't many people applauding there. How many are not feeling so good? How many were out campaigning last night? And the pain is hit during the campaign. Well, my name is Cody Glyden from 620 CKRM, and this is our third and final day here. Time goes by fast. How many of you came here for the very first time? This is your very first convention. Round of applause. A few of you. Okay, well, coming up at the end of the day, we have the annual SARM water gun fight. So I hope you brought your rubber boots and your water guns. It's going to be a lot of fun, don't worry. That's coming up at the end of the day. We don't want to do it before the division meetings, and then you go there all wet and get a cold and stuff like that. Well, this is the Cortec Networking Breakfast, and what a fantastic breakfast it has been. How about a big round of applause for our cooks in the back? And our sponsors did an absolutely incredible job of providing some fun swag and making this breakfast happen. Thank you so much to Triple S Transport, Green Earth Road Spraying, Cortec, Calcium Incorporated, Ward Chemicals, and MG30.ca. And I'd like to welcome one of our sponsors now to say a few words before we close out the networking breakfast and get you off to the division meetings. Mike Holliday is with us.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start off by thanking the SARM board and all the delegates for inviting us to sponsor again this year. The first breakfast was last year in Saskatoon, and we were very happy to come back this year in Regina, and we're looking forward to coming back next year in Saskatoon in March. I'd like to thank Amy and her team for helping us facilitate this sponsorship. Without the hard work of the SARM staff that are here all week, this wouldn't be possible. I'd like to quickly introduce the founder of MG30 and Ward Chemical, Al Kurchinski and his son Jerry. They're over there. Al was born in Regina at the General Hospital and was raised in Hubbard, Saskatchewan. I'd also like to quickly introduce our trucking partners, Darren and Tina from Triple S Transport, Green Earth Road Spray. Oh, Tina's already home. It's payday, so she has to make sure everybody gets their paycheck. Without Darren and Tina's commitment with respect to their investment and their partnership, we would not be able to deliver our products efficiently to your municipalities. Saskatchewan, with its diverse landscape and various sources of aggregates and road materials, is a prime location for our products and services due to our products' versatility, application process, and the results we see. We see safer roads and roads that are more easily traveled. It not only takes our team to have successful road projects, it also requires the commitment from counselors, administrators, and field staff of the RMs. We appreciate the commitment from existing customers and always look forward to working with new clients. When you arrived, we were handing out these little screwdrivers, so I hope that you'll take them home and keep them in your back pocket or throw them in the bottom of your purse or give them to your children or your grandchildren. They do actually come in handy. However, like the McDonald's McRib sandwich, the hot sauce will be coming back next year. Because we had the hot sauce last year, and everybody's been asking about it, so we're going to make sure that it's coming back next year. So without further ado, we would like to start our draws with the 3 Yeti coolers. There's 3 Yeti coolers up front here. They're full of, knives, and there's rye and hats and all sorts of stuff in there. And so we like to start handing those out. And the way we did it last year, and we're going to do it again this year, if you look underneath your chair that you're sitting on, if there's a business card taped to the bottom of your chair, that means you've won one of the coolers. And if there's an empty seat to the right or left of you, check that one. And if you do find a business card, please bring it up and you can collect your prize.
You don't have to bring up your whole chair, don't worry. We just need the business card. So if you have a business card, let's see it.
Oh, I see one coming here to the left. So who do we have there? What's your name, sir? Mitchell from where? What's that? What's that? Radville? Okay. So our first winner is Mitchell from RM number 38, which is Radville. Congratulations, Mitchell.
Our next winner, oh, I'm sorry, sir, that's a piece of gum. That doesn't count.
And our second winner is Cliff from RM 185, which is McLeod. Congratulations, Cliff.
Kim Custer, RM of Glenside. Which? 377? Yeah. Okay. 375? 377. Kim, right? Yeah.
Okay, and then our third winner is Kim from RM 377, which is Glenside. Congratulations, Kim.
Congratulations to all those winners. Okay, Mike, are you ready for the big one? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to make this really, really exciting, and we're going to practice this before we actually make the draw, because why? We got about 15 minutes to kill yet. So, when I say a name, I'm just going to make up a name just for practice purposes here. You're going to get really excited, okay? And then you're going to go, wow, Cabo! Okay? So, here we go. We're going to try this. If it doesn't work, we'll do it again. Congratulations to Val Marie. Wow, I forgot you were campaigning last night. Congratulations to Val Marie. I think we got it. Mike, are you happy with that? You're the sponsor.
Yes, I'm happy.
I'm happy with that too.
I'm always happy.
Okay, I'm going to give you the bucket here.
Yeah.
Let's see some pictures of Cabo here. Have we got pictures? Now, these are from Mike's last trip.
No.
Now, I'm going to have to take my jacket off here. Don't worry, I'm not stripping. Boy, those are beautiful pictures of Cabo. They look just like Lake Diefenbaker, don't they? Now, keep in mind that the person must be in the room, and if they're not in the room, well, we're going to have to draw again. What a sick feeling knowing that this person, when they find out later on that they could have won a trip to Cabo and they weren't here.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the trip to Cabo includes, it's for two people, flights and accommodations for a week, and fishing on the ocean, courtesy of Blue Sky Cabo.
Okay, so Mike, I'm going to get you to hold the draw drum up here, and then I'll reach in. Go from the bottom here. Let's see here. Have I got just one piece of paper? Looks like it. Okay. Congratulations, Amanda Baumgartner, Golden West RM number 95. You forgot the Wow Cabo part. Wow Cabo! Amanda Baumgartner, can you come to the front? Are you here? Oh, Amanda. Oh, Amanda, and I know Amanda would love to be able to go to Cabo, go fishing. Number 95, RM number 95. Oh, Amanda. I guess we're going to have to draw again. Okay, so that was another practice. Let's get it right this time. Well, this is two names, so I think, let's see if I get, Sherry Jimmy Miota, number 468.
Oh, Cabo!
There we go, you got it, you got it. Sherry Jimmy, congratulations. At first I thought it was Jimmy Sherry for a second, but hey, you're going to Cabo, are you excited? Good show, good show.
Congratulations. Do you have a passport?
Oh, absolutely.
Right on.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Okay, I got one more.
It's not a problem to bring a shark back on your carry-on luggage, don't worry. Air Canada loves that.
Yeah. Okay, well, once again, thank you very much for having us. And I wasn't expecting to have the first one not be here, but I will take Amy's information with me and we'll make sure to make it up to her somehow so that she doesn't feel completely left out. Thanks again. Thanks for having us this week, and have a safe travels home.
Thank you, Mike. And Amanda just learned a valuable lesson for next year. We have our division meeting starting up at 9 o'clock this morning. We got the Stars 50-50 draw coming up later on as well. We'll be getting that total for you a little bit later on. And I think there's still one last opportunity to grab your tickets for that 50-50 as well. The bitter end raffle, meaning you must stay till the very end. We've got that coming up around 11:45, 11:50 this morning. So if you want to grab yourself a cup of coffee before you head off to the division meetings, you can do that. And this is the way it's going to work here. Division 1, Bill Huber in meeting room 1. Division 2 with Cody Jordison in meeting room 2. Division 3 with Larry Grant, meeting room number 3. Division 4, Myron Kopek, meeting room number 4. Division 5, Judy Harwood, meeting room number 5. And Division 6, Darwin Whitfield, meeting room number 6. All right? We'll catch you back here around 10:45. All right, folks, if you want to find your seats here, we're going to resume the agenda in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, so if you want to find your seats, we're going to get to it here right away. All right, good morning, everybody. And if you can find your seats, we're going to get started here right away. Don't forget, we do have the 50-50, the Stars 50-50 coming up around 11:45. We'll get to the SARM Challenge winners around 11:50 and the bidder and raffle draw as well. And I can tell you the Stars 50-50, the totals for the white tickets and the orange tickets are very, very impressive. So ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a round of applause for helping out Stars. An incredible service. Well, my name is Cody Clyden from 620 CKRM, and I say that again because I just want to say thank you to CIBC. CIBC is sponsoring the host this year, so thank you very much, CIBC, and I hope I didn't let you down or anything like that. I know many of you have seen our next guest here, Jay Meyer. You've probably chatted with him over the last few years, but I want to welcome him and share a little bit about Jay Meyer, a fellow who grew up in southeast Saskatchewan, where he graduated high school in Carlisle. He started his career in, oh, there's Carlisle over there, all right. And he started his career in southwest Saskatchewan for the town of Shaunavon. He spent 10 years there working in the field of economic development and municipal administration. He's been with SARM now since 2014 as the executive director. Graduated with a degree from the University of Regina, has an advanced certificate in local government authority, a professional management and leadership certificate through the University of Regina, and has completed his executive certificate in local government through Dalhousie University in Halifax. Jay and his wife Janelle have a German Shepherd named Mookie and a Belgian, now how do you say that, Malinois?
Malinois.
Malinois, named Hank. Please welcome Jay Meyer.
Mookie and Hank, those are our kids. So yes, good morning. You'll bear with me. I'm going to do the 2023 financial report. You'll see I have some colleagues to my right. Joining us today from Virtus Group, we have Sheila Filion, who is the partner of SARM's audit. And we got Kevin Punchon from CIBC Wood Gundy, and we got Catherine Patterson and Colin Warnicki from SARM. This report will highlight the significant details and trends with respect to SARM's financial results for 2023. The audited financial statements are available on the SARM website in the About section. And then under Publications, you will find the 2024 Annual Reports page. The audit has been completed, and a clean audit opinion has been issued by the SARM auditors Virtus Group. Okay, what do we got going on here? Which one? There we go. Okay, SARM's financial statements have three components. The general fund accounts for SARM's day-to-day operations. The fund includes all contributions and resources which are not restricted for use by the insurance and benefit funds or by any of the programs administered by SARM from the provincial ministries. The insurance and benefits funds report all revenues and expenses related to the operation of SARM's benefits plan, the liability self-insurance plan, the fidelity bond plan, and the property self-insurance program. Other funds are used to account for the external restricted contributions and related expenses for programs and initiatives administered by SARM. A wide range of programs are funded through external contributions by provincial ministries. This graph shows the general fund surplus from 2015 to 2023. SARM has had a stable history of strong surpluses. In 2022, SARM experienced a deficit, which was influenced by unrealized losses in the investment portfolio. I'm happy to say that we've gained back more than this deficit from last year, and the deficit has been replaced. A healthy surplus of $531,171 in 2023 will be added to the fund balance, which is $8,928,876 as of December 31st, 2023. We will look at the history of the fund balance in the next slide. The fund balance represents the sum of SARM's general fund annual surpluses and deficits since the beginning of operations. This slide shows the steady growth in SARM's general fund balance since 2016. You will notice in the graph the general fund has increased by $2.8 million, or almost 50% over the past 7 years. The fund is very healthy and is in good shape to sustain rainy days like we had last year in 2022. The history of strong financial results has assured that SARM is in a good position to absorb a deficit just like last year. At this point, I'd like to call up Kevin Punchon from CIBC to discuss SARM's portfolio performance, as well as touch base on the high-interest savings account program offered to municipalities by SARM. Could I just ask just 1 second for the slides down here, just be the picture? I don't need the writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Before I begin, I'd just like to introduce a couple of my colleagues that are with me today. Sean Fleming, if you could stand, and Steve Abdullah. They're here joining me as well today. So, very good news this past year. We had a very good, robust return in the portfolio. We've been managing the portfolio out of Regina here for over 23 years now. And last year was the first year we ever saw a negative return. And when we were here last year, that return was based on all markets, whether it be bond markets or stock markets, were down. Even though we were down, we made the statement that because we have quality holdings in the portfolio, they would recover when markets recover. We did participate very, very good, and we ended up getting a return in the portfolio of over 7%. Last year we were down 4.4, but again, we had this positive return. So if you look at the chart, basically the black line is the SARM portfolio. And it is a combination of mostly bonds, but we do have about a 20% holding in the equity or stock market. And going forward this year, just to make a few comments, the whole theme on the markets has been inflation, and all eyes have been on that before rate cuts can begin. In other words, rates start to go down. We are anticipating the second quarter of this year or the third quarter to possibly see interest rates starting to come down. When that does happen, you may see a shift in assets moving from bond type and cash type investments back into equity or stock markets, as well as corporations making more decisions in terms of long-term investing into their own businesses. So we're very positive on the markets going forward, but we're still in this transitional environment based on inflation and all of the factors that have created this inflation in the economy. So with that, after this, I'll ask if there's any questions, but I would also like to just quickly move to the next slide and talk to you about a program that we helped establish with SARM over 3 years ago, and it's called the HISA High Interest Savings Account, the SARM High Interest Savings Account. Can any RMs raise their hands that are involved in this program right now? I'm just curious if you could raise your hands. We've got currently over 34 RMs involved in the SARM High Interest Savings Account. And what I'd like to do today is just briefly explain what that program is, because it's an excellent program for your short-term cash management needs. Basically, what it is a high-interest bank account that's established with SARM. Your monies are kept separate for your own RM, but yet we're pooling all the monies together to give you the absolute highest rate we can in the marketplace. I can't even get this rate for my clients. Currently, it's at 5.5%. It does fluctuate up and down with the bank rate. But the win-win-win on this account is, number one, the rate is unbeatable at 5.5%. The second win is that the money is available within a day's notice. It is guaranteed by the bank. And the third win in this that many of you don't know is SARM, your association, actually gets paid a nickel from the bank for every dollar invested. So currently there's about $80 million in the program, and SARM's revenue flow from CIBC is about $40,000 per year. The account is a no-fee account, which is unusual for banks to have, but it is a program that we wanted to make all the RMs aware of. I know there will be more communication on this, and my team, Sean and Steve, have been out calling the RMs to set up virtual presentations if you'd like to hear more about the program, as well as medium-term investing. Our goal here is to support SARM. There's no obligation, but we'd like to make sure that you all understand this program is one of the best that we've ever seen out in the marketplace. And really what it has done is allowed SARM to become its own mini financial institution by having one product, and that's the high interest savings account exclusively for RMs. So one of the reasons to talk to you today too is that the program's at 80 million. If the program of all the combined monies, which includes SARM's account and all the RM's accounts, go over 100 million, then the rate goes up, and it would be paying 5.6%. And at that point, SARM's revenue flow would be $50,000 from the program. So with that, I will just open the floor to questions. If there's anything anyone would like to ask about the portfolio, the markets, the high interest savings account, or if you are using the high interest savings account and want to share your experience, you're welcome to grab a mic. So I'll just pause a moment. After the report. I'll turn it back to Jay. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, we'll open the floor after the report for any questions that anybody might have. I will carry on with more information on our annual report. So SARM's general revenue. SARM's total general revenue is just over $4.3 million. Membership fee accounts for around 18.2% of SARM's general revenue. Other than membership fees, the largest sources of revenue are administration fees and the net revenue from member services. Investment income varies significantly depending on the performance of the investment markets, as shown in the previous slides. Administration fees are transferred from the insurance and benefits plans, as well as from any program administered by SARM, or for external parties such as the RIRG or Rural Integrated Roads for Growth program, as well as our ag programs. Net revenues from SARM's member services were $816,744 in 2023. Through SARM's member services, we strive to provide our member municipalities with quality service and products at fair prices. Member Services provides a wide variety of products which have been tendered on our members' behalf at discount prices through relationships with various partners. SARM coordinates insurance and benefits programs through external carriers, including excess liability insurance, extended health and dental benefits, long-term disability coverage, as well as both group and optional life insurance programs. About 46.3% of SARM's general expenses are for salaries and benefits. Salaries and staff expenses for the legal and planning staff, as well as the program staff for the Rural Integrated Roads for Growth program, are not included in general expenses, but are included as part of the member services and program expenses. Board and other meetings and advocacy engagement expenses represent 12.4% of total general revenues. This category includes per diems and honorariums, but also travel expense reimbursements and meeting and travel expenses paid directly by SARM for board meetings, external committee meetings attended by SARM board members, lobbyist fees, and staff travel expenses for advocacy trips. The following slides will provide additional information on the SARM benefit plan and self-insurance plans. So we got the benefits program, we got the liability self-insurance plan, we got the fidelity bond plan, and we got the property self-insurance plan. The SARM benefits plan provides short-term disability coverage along with vision, death, and accidental death benefits to RM employees and elected officials. This plan's been in place since 1967. This slide shows the ratio of the types of plans paid by the SARM benefits plans over the past 5 years. In 2023, there were $1.2 million in disability claims, $200,000 in vision claims, and $90,000 in other claims. Claims have remained pretty consistent over the past 5 years, with a bit of a spike in 2021. This slide shows the claims paid by the SARM benefits plan as a percentage of premiums paid in each of the past 5 years. Claims costs are driven by higher salaries for individuals, but also part due to our aging workforce. Overall, the plan's claims experience is within the range we have been experienced over the past 8 years. The benefits plan fund balance saw $128,501 of net income plus investment income of $384,860. Over the past 5 years, we have seen a growth of 22% to the benefits plan fund balance. The fund balance is $5,434.01 at December 31st, 2023. For the SARM's benefit plan is quite healthy despite the dip due to investment loss recorded in 2022. An actuarial study performed on the fund in 2020 by Aon showed that this fund has become somewhat overcapitalized. We are addressing this by returning additional value to the members in various ways. We began by increasing the vision and death benefits for members in 2021, and we also implemented a rate decrease of 5% for inside and outside employees. The liability self-insurance plan provides uniquely broad liability coverage for rural municipalities, covering not only commercial general liability, but also environmental errors and omissions, as well as owned and non-owned automobile liability. This plan has been in place since 1987. This slide shows the claims expenses incurred by the liability self-insurance plan over the past 5 years. The claims experience for the plan has been generally stable, but can fluctuate depending on the nature of claims settled in a particular year. In 2022, claims expenses were $3,883,000. Due to an incident that occurred in 2022, the plan will be exposed to a $3 million loss, and a maximum policy limit of $3 million was accrued for this claim. This plan is well positioned to absorb periodic large losses such as this. The annual operating deficits for the liability self-insurance plan, shown by the brown bars, exclude the investment income which is allocated separately to the individual accounts. The investment income for each year is shown by the gray bars. Operating results include claims that have been paid along with accrued claims based on estimates of potential claim payments. In 2022, the plan had an investment loss of $686,531 and an operating deficit of $3,024,631 due to the accrual of the maximum potential loss. In 2023, the plan had investment income of $1,052,673 and an operating deficit of $333,831, and the plan fund balance right now is at $12,795,011 at the end of 2023. The fund balance is a collective total of the individual accounts held on behalf of the members who participate in the liability self-insurance plan. While there's been operating losses in each of the past 5 years, the history of strong investment income has allowed the fund balance to actually increase each year. Although the fund balance was reduced at a substantial deficit in 2023, the actuarial study that was performed in 2020 showed that this plan is comfortably capitalized and a little light on premium rates. In order to close the gap between premium income and operating expenses, the SARM Board of Directors approved a 3-year plan which saw premiums increase by approximately 4.5% for 2021 and 2022, and further increase in 2023. The actuarial study confirms the exceptional value of the program to our members when it showed that the external insurance marketplace would charge at least 45% higher premiums that was charged by the plan in 2020 to run a comparable program. The property self-insurance program provides all risk coverage for RM-owned buildings, contents, tools, and mobile equipment. Having been in place since 2003, this program now offers the ability to insure RMs to have their buildings and professionally appraised to ensure they are covered at the correct value. This slide shows the claims paid by the self-insurance insurance program as a percentage of premiums paid in each of the past 5 years. Property insurance claims tend to vary widely based on instances that happen in any given year. It's a relatively small program, so a couple of large claims can make a substantial difference. In 2022, there was an unusually large number of losses, as well as the largest single property loss of the plan that we had experienced. The annual operating surpluses or deficits shown for the property self-insurance program, shown by the brown bars, exclude the investment income, which is allocated separately in the individual accounts, shown in the gray bars. Operating results include claims that have been paid along with accrued claims based on estimates of potential claim payments. In 2022, as I mentioned, there was an investment loss, and it did have an operating deficit of $940,000. The operating deficit was due to the poor claims experience as well as a market increase in the cost of excess insurance and appraisals. In 2023, the plan had very low claims expense and had a surplus of $1,214,618. The fund balance right now is at $5,881,143 at the end of 2023. The fund balance is the collective total of individual accounts held on behalf of the members who participate in the property self-insurance program. The fund balance has grown 37.2% since 2019. The plan is well positioned to absorb the deficit we did see last year. The actuarial study completed by Aon in 2020 showed that the program is comfortably capitalized with rates that are actuarially sound. In 2023, rates were maintained at the 2022 level, which is notable in the time when the external insurance market is quite rocky, and we've seen increases of 20% as the current norm, depending on the loss experience. Talk a little bit about the Fidelity Bond, which provides coverage against financial loss due to fraud or theft by employees or by third parties. This plan's been around since 1994. This slide shows the claims paid by the Fidelity Bond self-insurance plan as a percentage of premiums paid in each of the last 5 years. There is a potential for wide variations in the claims paid amounts on this plan, depending on the nature of the claims incurred. As this is a small plan, one large claim can make a substantial difference. The Fidelity Bond self-insurance plan fund balance, as shown on the graph, is also healthy and growing. Small rate increases back in 2016 and 17 set this plan on a much healthier trajectory, one that can better withstand a future policy limit of $200,000. Over the past 4 years, we've seen the growth of 46.93% to the Fidelity fund balance. The actuarial study by Aon also gave this plan a clean bill of health, both in terms of its fund balance and its rate structures. Pursuant to various funding agreements with provincial ministries, SARM delivers a wide range of programs as listed in this slide that provide assistance to our members in which benefit rural municipalities. Total funding for the programs administered by SARM was over $19.1 million in 2023. This includes all payments made by RMs, suppliers for the programs, and the administration fees for SARM to deliver these programs. The SARM costs charged to the provincially funded programs are specified in the various agreements. Costs are either charged directly to the program or are a recovery of allocated SARM costs such as staff salaries and benefits, office expenses, and office overhead. The recovery of allocated costs are recorded as administration fees in the SARM financial statements. This is my most fun slide. Not that any of them are really fun, but they're reality at the end of the day, and we're in good shape. But I like to talk about the building. In 2014, SARM purchased land to build a new office on the east side of the city of Regina. In 2017, the SARM moved to the office building on Windsor Park Road. This building is for SARM members and belongs to you. The total cost of the land purchase and building was $6.4 million. SARM financed $3.5 million of the total cost of the building by an internal loan from the SARM investment pool. The interest rate charged to SARM is the average of the rates of 3, 5, and 7-year bonds and is adjusted every 6 months. Repayments of at least $350,000 and up to $500,000 has been made each year. Today, in March 2024, the current balance is $715,205. Since 2017, we have paid off 80% of the entire loan. We currently have 89% of the total building and land also paid off. At this projection, our office will be paid in full in 2 years, or I would say even less than that. We're all very proud of the place we call home and are grateful for our forward-thinking membership to support us in such an investment. It does mean a lot. If you haven't seen it, we're pretty lucky to be in the building we are. If you have yet to come and see the office, please do. It does belong to you, our members. We're just fortunate enough to work in it and have a board that has a great place to meet. So this concludes the financial report, and at this time, I'd like our members to ask any questions if they do have any questions. Okay. It's been quiet in here for my report, which is awesome. It's kind of creepy quiet in here. Is there a question? Do I see it?
Kent Fargo, arm of Lumsden, 189.
Yeah.
I'd just be curious to go along with that slide, the assessed value of the property and the building today. I assume it's a lot higher. It'd be nice to know what that information would be.
Yeah, you know what? We should look at that, but it's got to be substantially higher. Yeah, you bet. I mean, I'd throw a ballpark figure out. I mean, I don't know if we would be able to do the same thing for less than 10 million these days, maybe even 12. I'm just guessing, but yeah, that's something that I'd be interested in seeing and maybe we'll look at. Thank you. It's a great place. Okay, so if there's no questions, I would just ask for an RM number to throw out here, and we will accept the financial report as reported. 63. I hear 63. Do I hear any higher? Higher? No. 63 it is. Anybody opposed? Put up your hand. That being said, it looks like we're good. Thank you very much. We have a little bit left on our agenda, and we'll go from there. So we'll just have our crew step down, and we'll get Cody to come up.
Okay, name this city. You've got CP Rail in your backyard, you've got wheat fields in your front yard, and you have the Royal Canadian Air Force above you. What city? Moose Jaw, and that's where our next guest is from. Craig Williams. Now, he is a graduate of Vanier Collegiate, and while attending and after graduating from the University of Regina, he worked in the insurance industry for 8 years prior to joining SARM's insurance and benefits team in the summer of 2013. 10 years later, he leads the member services team, helping to deliver the wide range of programs and services that SARM offers its members. And when not at work, Craig enjoys spending quality time with his wife and daughter, or wrenching on and cruising in his pride and joy a 1968 Pontiac Parisienne convertible. Please welcome Craig Williams.
Thanks, Cody. Good morning, everybody. What a great convention it's been so far. From Merle Massey giving us her infectious enthusiasm for connecting us to our rich Saskatchewan history, to Lori Mathewson telling us about how we can tackle elephants in the room on Tuesday, and then carrying through on Wednesday, ending on such a high note with 3 great addresses, from Jared telling us about how we can engage our communities with social media, from Lloyd Lewis and his team telling us how we can engage our communities with transparency through a new portal project, or Guy Legrandier's passionate address talking about the great work that administrators and councils do together with their associations to continue to propel our communities forward. Well, as Cody said, for those of you who don't know me, my name's Craig Williams. I've been with SARM for just about 11 years now, and for 8 of those years in insurance, and for the last 3 years I've had the privilege of working with an amazing team each and every day on the various programs and services that we put together for all of you, our membership. And today I'm here to talk about the excitement, opportunity, and benefits of thinking forward, of planning for the future. Being a lifelong Saskatchewan resident, something that's always amazed me is that in little over a century, we've gone from unbroken prairie to the beautiful territory that we call home. It's thanks to our pioneering ancestors who broke the land with rudimentary tools pulled by pairs of oxen and went to sleep in sod houses they built themselves, that their passion to plan, to innovate, and to always be thinking about how to make Saskatchewan a better place has been passed down through several generations now. We see that very same spirit of dreaming, planning, and innovating taking place each and every day in our communities across this province. From the small business owner thinking about how to grow their sales, to the community group or church group fundraising for the next big need in their community, or the farmer who is making sure their equipment is operational, checking the futures contract prices, planning their crop rotations, all while keeping one eye on the weather forecast. It is in this home that we call next year country, both on fields of dirt and turf, that the hope of what can be propels us forward. And what is the one common trait that connects planning, dreaming, and innovating? It's curiosity. Curiosity drives us to question the status quo, why things are the way they are, or how we can make things better. Count me among the curious ones. For as long as I can remember, I've wanted to know why things are the way they are, how things work, what made things be the way they are today. Well-managed curiosity has always helped me well. It's helped me to learn, to grow, and to meet people where they are. And now, as a dad to a 6-year-old daughter, it's something that her and I bond over. As I watch her learning and figuring out how things work, trying new things, sometimes succeeding, sometimes failing. It's that curiosity that I always instill in her and remind her to never lose, because it's what propels us forward. My point here, right here in this room today, is we're filled with a room of planners, dreamers, and innovators. And I want to inspire you to take that spirit and energy and apply it to the municipalities you lead. The SARM team, from our board of directors to our senior leadership to the staff, are also a group of planners, dreamers, and innovators. In my 11 years, I've seen us come so far. Internally, that can be seen in things such as our governance structure, our human resource policies, or our positive culture that we have developed. We trust that people are coming from the best possible place. We believe in holding ourselves and our teams accountable. We believe in service excellence to our members, to our community, and to each other. And we believe in collaboration, innovation, and admitting when we're wrong, wanting to plan for change. Externally, that can be seen in things such as our board priorities, government policies addressing the needs of rural Saskatchewan, effective communication advancing the strategic work of the organization, relevant programs supporting the work of the member municipalities, and capacity building supporting our members. You can also see it in our North Star that we developed, member-driven, member-focused, moving communities forward, that encapsulates our vision, mission, and value statements. There it is. So, some of you may remember a needs assessment that we did back in 2019. It was then that we were trying to figure out how SARM can best meet your needs. We got back the results, and we quickly learned we don't have the capacity internally to take care of that, and we wanted to be able to. That's what led us to a restructuring in the middle of 2021. And 3 years on from that, I can tell you that one of the coolest things about my job is that it is the knowledge that we gain at the 10,000 foot level about what's working and what's not in our teams. The conversations we have today are much deeper and richer as we focus on how we can better help you, our members. A few weeks ago, so what does all this have to do with you and your municipality? Well, I'll throw out the year 2030. What's 2030? Well, it's less than 6 years away. It happens to be the 125th anniversary of the province, also the 125th anniversary of this association. And I suspect for many of you, the 125th anniversary of your municipalities. So, a few weeks ago, I led a session at one of our management team meetings, and I asked our crew 3 questions. Where do we see SARM in 2030? What things do we need to do in order to achieve that? And how do we engage our members in that process? I was honored to facilitate that session, and it was amazing to see the ideas flow and the enthusiasm, passion, and drive that our team has to make our organization better. They want to help you with all of your needs as you drive to make your operations and your communities a better place to work and live. So today I have some questions for you, because our goal over the next year or so is to create a 5-year strategic plan for SARM. We want that excites and challenges us to, that excites and challenges us to help us advance rural Saskatchewan into the next decade and beyond. We want to take these ideas and dig deeper into how we can make meaningful, tangible actions. As a member-driven organization, we also want your input in this process, and that starts today. So I'm going to ask you all a few questions to ponder on as you travel home and get back to the important work you do as leaders. Where do you see your municipality in 2030? Infrastructure-wise, governance-wise, population-wise? What challenges do you see? Do you have a village within your boundaries? How are they doing? Are they healthy? Are they in trouble? If they're in trouble, how might you handle taking them on? What steps do you need to take between now and then to get your municipality to where you want it to be? And how can SARM help you get there? For example, are there new or revamped training sessions needed? Do you need tools, guides, or best practices information? Do we need to be more visible in your communities or in your offices? Are there program or service offerings that we should look at or add or modify? Maybe human resources consulting, broadened engineering support beyond bridges, or procurement advice? Are you looking for more thoughts or proactive messaging on issues facing your RMs? Are there ways that we could more effectively communicate with you? And are there ways that we could make our in-person events more beneficial to you? Over the next couple of months, take some time. Think about those things around your council table. Be curious. Be bold. Think of new and innovative ideas. In April or May, you're going to see a new needs assessment survey that's going to dig deeper into the information that you wanted SARM to help you with back in 2019. Take the time and work with your administrators and answer those questions. It will really help dig into the planning that we want to do. And in June, come to your division meetings. The presentation and roundtable format that we have will really lend itself well to getting together and sitting with you around the province and talking about ideas that we have and ideas that you have come up with around your tables about how we can work together. In closing, I want to thank you for your time and attention. Despite my nervousness, this is something I'm really passionate about, and I'm really excited for what we can do together. This organization that I've worked with for a little over 11 years is such an amazing place, and we have such drive and energy and desire to help move rural Saskatchewan forward, and I'm so excited for what 2030 might bring, and we'll have a lot to celebrate when we get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Craig. And before we get to our next presentation, I'm going to call Jay Meyer back up. We've got some election results to share.
Yes, you're not done with me yet. We had an election in Division 3. I would like to congratulate Darren Steinley for being the successful candidate for Division 3 and your new Division 3 director. Thank you for putting your name up, and thank you to Larry and Mark as well. I would also like to thank both Larry Grant and Judy Harwood for the decade of service to SARM. They came here about the same time as I did. They have been spectacular directors. So let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, let's stand up for these two. This is a big gig, right? And every year we have elections, so thank you very much, Larry and Judy. Every year we do have elections, so if you're interested, call the office, call me. I quite often get answers or questions around what it takes to be a SARM director, and it does take commitment, and we got a good crew. 1,358 delegates we had. That's a big number, and I'm going to add probably at least another 700, so we would have got over 2,000 delegates and guests as well as trade shows. So what a great event. So 1,358 over 2,000 if everybody asks. So thank you for attending.
And thank you, Jay, for all the hard work you've done with SARM over the last several years. And you can give him a round of applause, too, if you'd like. Well, yesterday we heard innovative ways to build our rural municipality's social media presence with Jared Tabler, and it's my pleasure once again to welcome him back to the stage to share in recruitment strategies and what you can expect with that.
Thanks, Cody. It's no secret that when we have engaged, diverse RM councils, our communities and everyone benefits. It's also no secret that it can feel daunting to run for municipal government. So it's my pleasure today to introduce a new tool that SARM has created to help engage community members to run for municipal government. In this new video, we're hoping to help attract those who have a wealth of amazing qualities but may feel intimidated or scared about stepping into a role. We all know these people. They are passionate about their communities. They advocate for their neighbors. They organize. They volunteer. They teach. They mentor. And yet, they also underestimate the value of their lived experience and how they might contribute to an RM council. This recruitment video will be available for you to share in your communities. It'll be available online and hopefully help dispel some outdated stereotypes and myths about what it means to run for office. So please use this tool. Discuss around your council tables about ways you can utilize it to help attract community members to run for council. Okay, ready to watch? Here we go.
If you live in rural Saskatchewan, chances are you've met or chatted with a local member of council. That's probably because you also know them as the cattle rancher that lives down the road, or the teacher who taught you in high school, or as one of the other hockey moms you see at the arena on Saturday mornings. But have you ever thought of that counselor as yourself? We're hoping the answer is yes. But before you likely follow that yes with a but, consider this. Most of the hesitations people have about running for council have to do with outdated stereotypes and flat-out myths. To help dispel those, here are the facts behind 6 common misbeliefs that prevent amazing people like you from running for council. Number 1, I'm not an expert on municipal government. You don't have to be. In fact, what's more important than any expertise is that you care about your community and are willing to learn. A municipality, after all, is the frontline level of government, which means it's as much about people and advocacy as it is about policies. Care can't be taught, but the ins and outs of municipal councils certainly can. Here are a few of the basics. Rural municipalities are governed by a council, consisting of a reeve and councillors who represent a numbered division within the rural municipality. That council derives its authority from the Municipalities Act, the Cities Act, and the Northern Municipalities Act 2010. Your main role as a council is to make decisions and establish policies about the services that your municipality provides to its citizens, including how those services will be delivered. Services such as roads and transportation, crime prevention, land use planning and economic development, water treatment and sewer facilities, building code regulations, fire prevention, animal control, and emergency planning. Number 2, I don't have any political experience. That's okay. Chances are you already have a lot of skills and abilities that are transferable to the elected official's role. For example, think about your volunteer experience, community involvement, family life, and any other practical experiences that have taught you how to work as part of a team, make decisions, look at both sides of an issue, prioritize, advocate, and lead. Another important thing to remember is that you aren't alone. Once you're elected to council, SARM will always be there to help you with your duties. We have resources such as training programs, webinars, and mentor groups, to name just a few. So remember, your wins are our wins, and together we'll make rural Saskatchewan stronger. Number 3, I'm more of a listener than a talker. Being a good listener is actually one of the most important traits that a councillor could have. Council members are entrusted with making decisions that directly affect the daily lives of residents, families, local business owners, and many others in the community. That trust begins with listening and learning. Other important personality traits are honesty, patience, empathy, trustworthiness, curiosity, objectivity, respectfulness, and optimism. Number 4, it seems like a big time commitment. This one's not a myth, but mostly in that being a councillor is a 4-year commitment. That said, it's important not to underestimate the amount of time and dedication required to be an effective member of council, especially if you're also managing a full-time job. The good news is that you're probably already meeting with your community and spending a lot of time thinking about the issues and changes that affect you and your neighbors. When you're a councillor, that time and representation simply become more structured. For example, if elected, you should plan to attend regular and special council meetings, committee meetings, conferences and conventions, seminars and workshops, and special events that promote your municipality. Number 5, I'm more community-minded than political. Guess what? That sounds like a councillor. Do you love that sense of community and the neighbors help neighbors philosophy that's entrenched in rural Saskatchewan? Do you want to see our farmers, ranchers, and entire agriculture sector prosper? If the answer is yes, we hope you can also see that Saskatchewan needs community-minded citizens like you to represent your municipality and provide insights that will lead to better services and quality of life for the communities you champion. Number 6, it doesn't seem like I'd fit in. We're pretty sure that's code for, I don't see myself represented when I look at local councillors. Well, that's something we want to change. Representation absolutely matters. As a councillor, your lived experience and unique background are strengths, not weaknesses. So, if you don't see councillors that are your age or gender, or that have your disability or unique point of view, don't let that stop you from seeking election. Saskatchewan needs citizens like you to assume leadership roles and to shine light on the blind spots and opportunities that you see so sharply. There you have it, 6 big myths busted, and 6 great reasons to add your voice to municipal council. To answer more of your questions, including how and when to file your nomination, head to www.saskatchewan.ca and search for Running for Municipal Council. Make the difference only you can make. Run for municipal government. Saskatchewan needs you.
Fantastic video, and thank you to everybody in this room for doing what you're doing and putting your name forward and running for municipal government. Give yourselves a round of applause. You don't give yourselves enough credit for what you do. Okay, let's get to some money. Who wants some money? I think we all want some money, some 50-50. Alrighty. I'm going to call up here from STARS Air Ambulance, Tammy Beauregard and Cheryl Dubois, and we're going to make the draw here for the 50-50. By the way, the 50-50 totals, which we're going to get to shortly, very impressive, so thank you very much.
Well, you're so tall. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you once again. Wow, it's great to be here. You know, every year I get to come up, and I'm so blessed to be here with you guys because Sherry and I come in Tuesday afternoon to set up the trade show, and it's literally like we're coming into our extended family. And that's what SARM is to STARS, is that you guys are our extended family, our extended arm. You guys have been beside us from the beginning, and I just, you know, we at STARS can't thank you enough. And watching this video, and again, as you guys know, I come from a small town in Cudworth, and it's absolutely true. Like, you guys are the leaders, you guys are the foundation of our communities, of our RMs, and you bring that forward into STARS and into helping everybody in Saskatchewan. So thank you. I'm sure that you've heard us say before that STARS was built by the community for the community, and this rings true still today. We've been here in Western Canada for just about 40 years. Next year will be 40 years for us in Western Canada, and in Saskatchewan, 12 years. So for the last 12 years, you guys have been helping us be innovative, grow, and be there for over 10,000 patients. Your passion for your communities, the love for agriculture, family, friends, is what brings us all together and what helps us be here today. And is also what has helped Cheryl. So we have Cheryl here as one of our very important patients, VIP. And, you know, in years past, we tried to do a number of different things. We share with you what has been up and coming, what we've been doing with the dollars that you have donated to us each and every year. Sometimes we share a video that is an important patient, and today we have Cheryl right here in person to share with us the importance and the impact that you guys are making when you donate to STARS. Cheryl, come on up.
Good morning. I'm very honored to be here representing STARS Air Ambulance and telling my story. I would like to welcome everybody from SARM. My story takes place in the RM of Wakan, where the accident happened and where the one ambulance came from. I am from the RM of Silverwood. That's where I was heading that night. And the RM of Kingsley was where the other ambulance and the fire trucks came from. I will take you back 5 years ago to March 2nd, 2019. It was an extremely cold night, minus 42 with the wind chill. It had been one of the coldest Februaries I could remember, with many days being in the minus 40s. My daughter Zoe and I had been working at the Club 19 restaurant, which I managed at the time, along with being the operations manager of Golf Kenosi. We had just hosted a book club event and was heading to my brother's last ever senior hockey game in Wawota as he was retiring. You all know how important senior hockey is in rural Saskatchewan, so this was a big deal. He'd been playing 22 years. Zoe was 18 at the time and in grade 12, and she was driving. Unfortunately, as we got to the corner of Highway 9 and 48, Zoe informed me that our gas light had come on, and we wouldn't have made it to Wawota and back to Langbank because there was no gas stations open. So we decided to just head home and cuddle up on the couch. And so I was texting my parents to tell them we were not coming when the accident happened just around a kilometer north of the turnoff. The wind had been howling for days, and it had caused a large drift along the southbound oncoming lane of traffic. A woman driving an SUV was coming south, and just as we were about to pass, she hit the drift. It sent her directly in front of us, and we hit head on. I don't remember anything past sending my parents the text about us not coming to the game. My next memories are about a week later, with one exception. I do remember a flash of being in the Stars helicopter. I have never been that cold in my life, and my body was shaking so violently that it was jumping off the table. And that's all, just a flash. But of course, I've been filled in on what did take place, starting with the accident, and then my first week of ICU in the hospital. Zoe, unfortunately, remembers everything. Tragically, the driver of the other vehicle was killed on impact. Her name was Marie Krause, and she had been coming from the Kennedy Figure Skating Carnival where she had watched her granddaughter perform. Of course, being from a small town, I knew her family very well. In fact, I went to school with her son-in-law. So as I celebrate my survival, I always reflect on Marie's life as well, and I always think about how a moment in time can change your whole life. So I'll take you back to right after the impact. Zoe and I were knocked out for at least 10 minutes. When she came to, she was pretty shaken up, but she called 911 to report the accident. And she called her dad, who had been working with us that night and had left around the same time, but he was already back in Langbank. She noticed people wandering around outside. These good Samaritans brought us blankets and coats and threw them over us to keep us warm, to keep frostbite to a minimum, which was amazing as we were out in the elements for quite a while. Our vehicle was crushed, and we needed the jaws of life to remove us from the car. We had to wait for the ambulance to come from Wawota and Kipling and for the fire department to come from Kipling with the jaws of life. At first, Zoe thought I was dead, but after yelling at me, I started making some gurgling noises. I woke up, and at first she kind of thought I was okay, but she soon realized there was something seriously wrong with me. I kept repeating the same lines over and over and over. I'm so cold, my stomach really hurts, I need to get out of here. But the most important thing to me, I think, was I kept saying, if you're okay, then I'm okay. I think knowing Zoe was going to be okay was what kept me fighting for my life until I got to the hospital. Because luckily Zoe had very few physical injuries, the most major ones being a severely sprained ankle and a very bruised hip. But mostly she just lives with the memories of the night. She told me that I kept trying to move because my stomach hurt so much, and I wanted to get out of the vehicle, so she had to keep telling me to just stay still. When a 911 call comes in for a situation like I was facing, STARS is usually contacted to decide on the best course of action. Due to the extreme cold and high winds that were happening, it was a close call as to whether a helicopter would even be able to fly out. But since there had been a fatality, and because the conditions were just good enough, the crew made the decision to mobilize. You could say my lucky stars truly aligned that night. While they were waiting for STARS to arrive to take me to the general, the jaws of life had got me out of the car, and I'd been put in an ambulance. With my most serious injuries being internal injuries, it was hard for them to know just how injured I was. In fact, my aorta had been dissected, and all my organs had been pushed up through my diaphragm and were just hanging there. This happened because I was wearing a huge parka. It was minus 42 out. And I had my seatbelt on the outside of my coat, so it slid up. So, a note to everyone, big puffy parka, put your seatbelt underneath your coat. So, anyways, I was needing to see a surgeon, ASAP. That's when STARS arrived. They had to land far back from the accident, as with it being so cold, they couldn't turn off the helicopter. They didn't want the breeze created to throw shrapnel around and injure anyone else. They moved me straight into the helicopter and took off for Regina. The STARS nurses took great care of me and got me to the general, where a team of trauma doctors and nurses were waiting for me. They saved my life that night. If I wouldn't have gotten to the general that quickly, I would have died, especially since I had an aortic dissection. I wouldn't have made it if I would have had to go by ambulance. My nurse told me a week or so after the accident that I was a miracle. He said most people don't make it to the hospital with an aortic dissection. They usually bleed to death. I hadn't realized until that moment that I was that close to not making it. My family was well aware, but I wasn't. They had been told with my first and second surgeries that there was a good chance that I wouldn't survive. But I made it. I survived. It is amazing the efficiency with which STARS and the trauma program work at the General. From dispatch to the pilots flying through the extreme cold to having all the doctors ready for me when I got to the hospital. Everything was perfectly executed, and this is what saved my life. All of the pieces worked together to keep me alive. Until you or your family experience something like this, you will never know how grateful you are for programs like STARS. They were integral in saving my life. STARS has saved so many lives across Saskatchewan and the prairies. Without their quick response, some patients would not make it to the hospital in time, especially in rural areas, as I was over 2.5 hours away by vehicle from the hospital. Again, we're so lucky to have STARS in Saskatchewan. Since my accident, many people come up to me and tell me about their experience with STARS. I think most rural people you ask know a relative or a neighbor or a friend or someone who has needed STARS. Does anyone here know anyone who has needed STARS? Put your hands up. Pretty amazing how far-reaching STARS is in Saskatchewan. When I arrived at the hospital in Regina, the doctors were ready for me because of their communication with STARS. The trauma surgeons pieced what they could back together and then waited 24 hours and operated again. They performed a miracle that night, as when I was shown an x-ray from the night, it showed nothing but a black hole in the bottom 2/3 of my abdomen with all of my organs hanging from my diaphragm. It didn't look real. After the first 2 surgeries, I had lost a lot of small intestine and had multiple reconnections. My recovery has had some huge ups and downs, as I went on to have 4 other major surgeries on my intestines. I actually just had my last surgery this past November and have made a full recovery. I spent 6 months in the general hospital following my accident, and then was in and out of the hospital for the following year until they could get me stabilized. I was very lucky to have huge support from my family and friends in the hospital following the accident, and still today. They were instrumental in my recovery. While in the general, I was able to watch STARS come and go as I was on Ward 6A, which is on the top floor with the landing pad directly above. And for a few months, I had the room directly below the helipad. Every time I heard STARS arriving, it would make my heart beat faster, especially if I heard the call over the loudspeaker for a trauma. I would pray that the person arriving for treatment would be okay. And I also would feel an overwhelming gratitude that STARS was helping so many people. STARS is vital in getting these patients into the hospital so that they expedite their treatment and save lives. One of the best things that I was able to do following my accident was to meet and thank my STARS team. It was such an emotional encounter for me and my family. To be able to thank the people who helped save your life is a very powerful experience. And unless the patients go back and meet the crew, the STARS team don't know what happened to you once they drop you off, as they don't receive any updates due to privacy policies. Therefore, meeting the patient is also great for the crew. It helps to provide motivation and knowledge of the huge impact they are making. On the tour, we found out more about my accident, got to see the whole facility, and got to see the helicopters. It was an amazing experience I will never forget. Unfortunately, the result of the accident is that I have short bowel syndrome due to the large loss of small bowel. I am unable to absorb any nutrients by eating and drinking. But with the miracle of science, I am fed intravenously every night with TPN, which is called total parenteral nutrition. I had not even heard of it before my accident, so I am very lucky that I can still eat food for enjoyment. I just don't get any nutrients from it. In fact, I was just able to go on a cruise out of Texas. Now, I do need a large entourage because I have to take all my medication, which needs to be kept cooled, my IV pole, my pump, all the tubing that I need nightly. So going through an airport is a bit difficult of a process, especially when I can't lift anything myself. But with the help of my family, it's possible. So I guess the one positive thing about getting no nutrients is that I ate the most beautiful food, drank the most sugary drinks, and I didn't gain a pound. I don't think anyone else on the cruise could say that. Always a bright side to everything. Due to my other injuries on the abdomen, I have no muscle or even fascia left. So I wear a binder 24 hours a day to keep me together. I was hoping to eventually have a reconstruction on the abdomen, but there's too much damage for them to ever be able to repair anything. But you never know when they'll start making bionic parts. I will never give up hope. So for now, my golf career is over, and as is my working career. But there are so many things I'm able to do, and I am grateful every day for the life that I still have. It's a pretty darn good life. Like my daughter's here with me today. And that is only possible because of STARS being there for me. I can never thank STARS enough. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my story, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference.
So we have, Cheryl, that was absolutely wonderful. And that was Cheryl's first time sharing here at SARM, as you guys know. So Cheryl, you did wonderful. I also want to acknowledge, and we have another real quick thank you video, and then we're going to tell you, pull the draw. But on the thank you part, I know that many of you, or as Cheryl was alluding to, is that she knew the other person that was in the vehicle. And we know that there's lots of you that are in the room today that are first responders, or you have family members that are first responders. And again, it's a very tough job that you guys do as well. And we can't do it without you, is to bring our patients back and the hospitals being able to help us save them. So thank you to all of you guys as well for that. Let's roll that thank you video, please.
Somebody paid it forward to me for that helicopter to be in the air.
I just want to say thanks to everybody that supports STARS.
The people who help out in any way are saving lives every day.
The donors, the volunteers, the VIPs who go out and do stuff.
The people who buy lottery tickets, STARS calendars, bequests in a will. They're amazing.
I'm grateful for them every day. I do truly think about them every day.
I call them angels.
All those people that do that, honestly, there are no words.
It's unbelievable what they do, especially if they haven't been personally touched by it.
I can guarantee that everybody in the province is either already knows somebody or they are going to know somebody that needs the service.
You don't know what could be around the corner.
I never expected to need STARS, right? Who does?
You just never know.
You never know.
You never know.
You never know. You just never know.
We never thought it would be my dad.
I didn't ever think it would happen to me. Here we've used them 3 times.
We're 3 strong with the STARS use.
We're in a small area here, and there's been 3 people within 3 miles that have flown on STARS.
This is real. It affects real people in real situations.
If they weren't around, I wouldn't be here today.
I think the outcome 3 years ago would have been totally different.
If we didn't have it, I'd be dead.
We didn't have support like this, you know, people die.
I'm here today because STARS was able to fly there and pick me up and fly me to a hospital.
Without STARS and without allies supporting them, I wouldn't be here. My family wouldn't have a father.
When people donate, they're saving people's lives. Every penny that they give is saving someone's husband, someone's dad, someone's kids, someone's spouse. Like, it's a pretty big deal.
You could be saving your own life one day by supporting STARS.
I did a fundraiser for the STARS. I think I made $400.
Instead of buying Christmas gifts, we all just pooled together and donated to STARS.
We did a Mother's Day fundraiser, and the other one we did beer and a haircut for the men.
Fellow kinsman started a ladies' night, Diamonds in the Sky, gives money back to STARS.
We had one birdhouse left over. The auctioneer said, let's sell that for STARS, $2,000.
Whether it's $5 to $500,000 and everywhere in between, every dollar counts.
Thank goodness for the donors.
It really means a lot. I want to give them a hug.
You guys are doing the right thing by making STARS possible.
It makes me cry a little bit to know that.
Because it's living proof of where that money's going. I think you want to say a big thank you, right?
He's a little bit shy.
Every one of those dollars that people put in really makes a difference.
It makes a huge difference.
And goes a long, long way.
I believe it gave our daughter a chance that she wouldn't have had otherwise.
So I really would support anyone who wants to donate.
You can have all the employees doing what they're doing, but if you don't have the support, you don't have the donors.
They're all intertwined, like one can't happen without the other.
It would not be possible, and it wouldn't be reaching as far and as wide.
What does a person say to that?
I would say thank you, a big thank you.
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 Thank you. Thank you so much.
From the bottom of our hearts.
A hearty thank you.
Like a huge thank you. A huge, huge thank you.
Thank you. You guys are lifesavers.
Keep doing the work you're doing.
You don't think you're going to need it, but when you do, you're sure thankful.
Perfect, thank you. So our next slide is going to show you how much you guys in the last 12 years have helped us raise. So over $4.5 million. Thank you, SARM. You guys do that each and every year. You guys help us raise these dollars, allow us to come here, present to you, allow Sherry and I to be annoying at the trade show. You know, we sell 50/50s, and who wants to win some money today? Okay. Can we let Cheryl do the draw?
That'd be good, yep.
Okay, these are the white tickets.
These are for the white tickets now for a total, this is take home, $2,220. And the draw, the number.
Okay, there you go.
620984. 620984. Come on up here. Again, this is the white ticket. Now, for the next one, this is the orange ticket for $2,265. Everyone stand up. Everybody stand up. We're going to do a knockdown. Stand up, and as I say the numbers, you're going to have to sit down. And we'll have one person standing. Everyone standing? Okay, good. 2, 8, 4, 1, 2. Oh, this is the big one now. 3. And a reminder, you have to be in the room. I think, have we got somebody at the back? For $2,265. Oh, there they come. Already, thank you. And you can just head over here, and we'll get you some money. Okay, the SARM challenge winners. And then we're going to get to the bidder and raffle draw. First place, Karen Patz from the RM of Myrie Creek, number 229. First prize, that's first place. Second place, Jordan Carnduff, RM of Browning, number 34. And third place, Calvin Christensen, also from the RM of Browning, number 34. That's for the SARM Challenge winners, and if you just head to the office, they will get you your prizes there. Okay, here we go, the bidder and raffle draw, and Amy, if you can help me out here. We're going to do two draws. This is for a stay package here in Regina, courtesy of the Regina Hotel Association. This is a $750 package. Oh, I'm going to have to take my jacket off here. Make this draw legitimate. Roll up the sleeves. It's the most work I've had to do in years. Okay, for the first prize, this is for the first stay package. And do we know what this includes, by the way? Just hotel?
Some meal vouchers and events.
Meal vouchers and events. Wonderful McDonald's here. Try it out. Gary Moen, RM of Saskatchewan Landing, number 167. We'll have this for you at the office. Okay, so just hang over there. And one more. Whoops, wrong one. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Randy Trost, RM of Orkney, number 244. Is Randy in the house? I think you have to be here for the prize. Is Randy here? Oh. Do you go home?
Draw again.
We're going to have to draw again.
Gary Moen's here, right?
Gary Moen is here, yeah. Okay. He was walking up. Okay, this is the next one. Eric Leitenberg from the RM of McLeod, number 185. Eric is not here either. Are we sure? We know this for sure? Okay.
This could take a while. Get me a chair.
If they are here and they miss their opportunity, they're going to go to Balgony for a weekend. Oh, I hope this person's here. Cameron Norden from RM of Enniskillen, number 3. There he is. Okay, congratulations, Cameron Norden. And you can pick that up at the office. I guess that's going to conclude the convention for this year. Thank you to everybody who came. Drive safe. Midterms, by the way, going to be in Saskatoon, November 20th and 21st. November 20th and 21st. Thank you very much to the SARM board and everybody for having me out here. I appreciate you inviting me back to be MC. And how about a round of applause for all the people behind the scenes at SARM for making this convention happen. And thank you to Real District. Have a safe journey home.